You were stuck in a sauce? Also, what's up, Kobold? My name is Human. And I know who I am. I realize people on YouTube or the VOD. Sure the place isn't named after the sauce. Like barbecue, Louisiana. Alright, grimdark music for painting. Don't disappoint me. Hiya! As you can see, we've got a bit of a scatterbrain thing going. Honestly, I like it because we do get more. If you've ever played against knights in competitive terrain, you'll find that you don't always have the ability to shoot them anyway. So it's like, eh? So, and because of the increase in like health and stuff, it genuinely feels like you're not moving around 20 bases of people. You're just moving around. Like a 20 base squad of Zangors is just harder to move around than like one little knight. Granted, the points differences are there, but there's also the benefit of some squads will have like, they'll be 5-man, they'll probably cost as much as a knight, and then as you're killing that squad, you really feel the just destruction of the total amount of attacks that squad has, versus a knight that's just like, I took 5 wounds. Alright, let me roll my normal attack output. Anyway. So, like, there's positives, negatives. I prefer it because I don't want a faction to feel oppressive, even though I tend to lose a lot in competitive play, just because, you know, I'm constantly getting a master class on what it takes to get to international stages and fight there, with how the people locally are. And that's cool. But let me just move this guy back a little bit, actually, because we'll just work on the weapons for a little bit before I get into the big knights and the war dogs. But, like, when I fight knights, I've fought players who are good, and they win. I fought players who are like, hello, I'm new, and they win. Because it's oppressive for list building. The fact that no matter what, I have to build a list assuming I'm fighting knights at some point. So going down in toughness just opens up more avenues for more models, more list building. It's healthier for the environment. Well, the gaming environment overall, which is good. It's good. We've done maybe half of my weapons for my knights so far. Because like I said, the last tournament I went to, 1 in every 2 players was playing Imperial Knights. It was straight 50-50 out of a 20-man for knights. Yeah, but the tank busters have to get there is the problem. You gotta have a tank buster delivery system. So it does really come down to just putting them behind a building in mid and hoping. Which, like, I kind of did. I had some of my big impactful stuff sitting in mid. I was able to kill a lot of his knights. It's just, all it took was a little positioning by him, and I couldn't move. I watched him utterly annihilate a rhino with one autocannon from one Helverin. That is very peculiar to me. Like, when I run statistics in my head for my movements, and I'm like, alright, there's a low chance he kills this. And then he just kills it. Because there is that core in Warhammer of like, the best way to win is by making sure your opponent doesn't have to roll and that you don't have to roll and you just get points, right? But you have to go to positions where the opponent can roll. That's how it works. Like, do you want main points? Because he straight up put one of his big knights on one of the objectives and is now scoring main points, and you can't do anything about it because you don't have the damage output. So I have to be in a spot where he's going to roll against me. If I'm trying to, like, stop that or speed up other processes. The thing my one of the local orc players does for vehicles, he plays the hunt, and the hunt just uses beast snagas, and those things just annihilate vehicles. You just mark one as prey and then just charge it in a turn, kill it. The problem is if there's any kind of follow-up to that charge and kill that could kill that squad, that's pretty much how that whole list loses. That's why he's making adjustments. He always kills a knight before most of his attacks are through, so he's trying to scale down his squad so he has more units to just go around and score points and do stuff. He has tank busters, but he doesn't want to put them in since it sounds like they're very meta now in orcs. Like, they're just required. And we have a lot of people locally who really hate that. They hate when it's like, oh, you have to have this unit. It almost sounds like a challenge to them of like, do I? Is that what you think? So I got a game tomorrow. I might try to take my combat patrol too, because there might be people there looking for combat patrol games that I might play after. Because the store is doing an event for combat patrol, which usually means you're going to get cool free store stuff if you do it. They gave away measuring rulers and things. Sometimes they give away fun tokens. Sometimes they give away really cool stuff. Might just go through all the blue shelling before adding any of the extra stuff. We're so close to being done the weapons. I did all the back mount weapons. Oh, also, as far as anyone can tell, with the Chaos Knights, Knights like the Abominant are actually, like, good again, depending on your detachment. They're actually pretty good. I think they kind of fixed his issue. Sort of. It's hit or miss whether they actually fixed it. He definitely needed more dice for attacks. What'll be interesting is if there's a way to, like, provide AP to things for him. Because if you can provide AP, that gun's just god tier. I don't really think they have a method for that, though. Frickin' strength 12, damage 3, AP nothing. Like, that's such a weird stat line. But the whole point is to roll the dev wounds. You spike dev wounds with that thing, good luck. But even beyond the dev wound element, like, even into other knights, like war dogs and stuff, consider the idea of, like, alright, you have... If you get the +1 to wound function, and you get it on, like, tank shock targets, and then you've tank shocked some knights, just picture in your head, just be like, wounding on 2s. You get your regular save, but you're going to be rolling like 10 of them. So good luck. Every fail is 3 damage. But it is what it is. What were you doing out there, though? Just visiting people? In Worcestershire. Worcestershire? Enjoy my English accent with a very British term. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. There's not a sauce in the world that immediately makes me think of hobbits like Worcestershire sauce. No, I'm alone. Either that or chat crashed. Dear God. These were my 3D printed big old battle cannons. I was debating just buying another Questoris, but then I thought, wait, that means I would have to buy another Questoris, so then I didn't do it. Does make me wonder though. I've got a locked in Abominant. I have an adjustable Questoris. I have my Castigator. And then I have my Tyrant. So that's 4 large. I think I'm supposed to do only Questorises if I want to go to 6. So I'm wondering if 4 large, the ones that I have, is actually a list. I'm a little sad though, because they could have gotten it points and stats wise so that you could take 9 large knights. That way I could have a knights list titled number 9 large. GTA reference. Number 9. Number 9 large. What's up, Akin? There's a mild chance, though, that I might just need to buy... I might end up actually buying just one more Questoris. Just to do it. I don't want the Ruinator, but maybe. I need to see what the parts are. What's up, Raj? Yeah, the green is super fun. Blacklight reactive. Big fan of grim neon paint schemes. Ah, no. New NID rules. Wait, what are we talking about? You talking about adding the Raveners, or are you talking about maybe an upcoming new list? Like one of the new Grotmus detachments. Because the Codex is out. You got it. You in it to win it. Or are you talking about the Raveners? The kill team that's coming out. So you can get your new Ravener rules. And I did my Gene Stealer cults like a bioluminescent. Mostly because I'm lazy. And I found a way to create a paint scheme that's like 99% airbrush work. So I just did that. I was like, yeah, I'm not painting all these details. This is too rough. Which worked out in my favor because they look cool. They do. Ooh. Wait, did they just release a whole detachment because of the frickin' Raveners? Because it is kind of a new thing what they're doing. Well, sort of new. They've sort of done it in the past, but not really. They've been doing extra detachments for factions. You know, they'll drop the Codex and then they'll just give you like a bonus detachment occasionally. Because I know they did the CSM one, which is a little bit Demon Prince focused. But if you're going subterranean, you're getting Molochs, or whatever those really big burrowers are. You got to get Raveners, definitely. I mean, that kind of screams Raveners. Get like a Trigon. Pretty cool. Nids are great. They're in a pretty good spot too, considering. Like, it doesn't feel like they're going to get buffed or nerfed anytime soon. They're just like They're all right. It does really come down to your matchup and how good you are as a player. Oh, let's go to the Warhammer community page. Double check. Downloads, 40K. Indexes? No. It's not Grotmist attachments. Other rules? Yeah, there you are. Tyranid Subterranean Assault. So yeah, Moloch's Trigons. They're very key. I wonder if Raveners have built-in stuff that help for this, but if it's just focusing on Moloch and Trigons, or maybe, okay, so it gives them Burrower. I wonder, does Ravener have Burrower? They do not. Oh no, they do. Nice. So these will have Burrower built in. Must armor step. You can select up to 2 Trigon models from your army. Units can gain character. Time Tyranid model from your army. Hit its attack. Reroll a hit roll of 1. Each time a Burrower unit from your army is set up on the battlefield. Place a circular 40 mil within an inch. And then 3-inch horizontally. It's the reinforcement step of your movement phase. When you set up a unit on the battlefield from reserves, you can set that up wholly within 9 and more than 6. And then you kind of move within 3 inches of your tunnel marker. These are a little rough. This is difficult to assess. Depending on what your opponent is, they can easily counter it. But this is fine. Rerolling 1s for all Tyranids, specifically models from your army, makes an attack. So ranged or melee. This in general is just good. Like, this passively is just good. I like this. But now that the Raveners exist, you have a new model that comes with Burrower built in. So even though you can take Trigons and Molochs here with Burrower to get the ability to do this, you can now also have small squads that do it. That should be coming out this weekend, and good luck finding them. It is a kill team that is coming out. If you're looking to get it, you might need to find other people looking to buy the other team. And then just get a couple squads that way. Until at least they finally release it solo. But yeah. Model only once per battle. Target the bearer unit. Rapid Ingress. Ooh, that's nice. Free Rapid Ingress. Always cool. Especially, so the way this would work is you would give one of your... because you can give characters to your Trigons. You'd probably give a Trigon this. And then after an enemy moves, you look around and go, okay. And then pop a Trigon out. Drop a burrow mark so that in the following turn, your allies can come up through that mark 6 inches away from nearby enemies who weren't allowed to move because they were already done moving. And then you have a 6-inch charge with like a bunch of Raveners and stuff. Could be cool. Or just in general, right? So the Burrower thing... So you'd have to have something that comes out of the hole that's good, but it doesn't need to be a Burrower. It's just anything can come in from reserves there. So you could bring in like a horde of Gaunts or something. They have to be wholly within 9, so that's not bad. Because you could just put a giant squad of Gaunts in front of someone in their area that's 6 inches away and then just charge it. It's pretty cool. Tyranid models only after both players have deployed their armies. Select up to 3. So this is redeploy? Yeah, this is just redeploy. Now remember, there's this weird kind of sequence. Oh, nice. There's this weird kind of sequence here where in every game, half of your total army can be in reserves at the top of the game. So even you can't do a situation where you put half or like a quarter of your army into reserves and then only have a bunch of really big expensive units on the field and then pick all those up and start the game in reserves. You can't do that. It's like this weird wording situation that you still, even despite this being like, yeah, you can put stuff in there, you still can't go past a certain number for the opening of the game. Tyranid models within Deep Strike ability only. Ability to use Deep Strike ability in the reinforcement step of your first. Oh, so earlier. That's nice. Oh, that's crazy. So you could one command point model with Deep Strike. So you would, this would be like a one command point Rapid Ingress in turn 1. That's crazy. The bear gains the synapse keyword, improves strength and weapon skill characteristic. This is general for a Trigon. It's not bad. Command phase. This just provides synapse for Molochs, which is okay. Because I imagine this army has an issue with synapse keywords. One model, that's only one. This is all one? Good. So you're all one command point. One model in your army regains D3 plus 1 lost wounds, or D3 plus 1 models with a wounds characteristic of 1. That's pretty good. I'm guessing that's not this. Yeah, wounds 3. Tyranid unit from your army that was set up within reinforcements. Oh, you get sustained and ignore. Remove unit from the battlefield, set it up. So uppy downy. End of your movement phase. One Tyranid unit from your army that is wholly within 9 of one of your markers. Remove unit from the battlefield and set it up again within 9 inches of another marker. Well, that's pretty cool. Because end of your movement phase also means after you've set up. So in theory, you could bring someone in, create a hole near them, bring a bunch of other units in through that hole, and then pay a command point and get whatever made the hole out of there and move it to another hole that you just happen to have somewhere else. That could be kind of cool. One Tyranid's monster unit from your army that was set up in reinforcements this turn until the end of the phase. 6 inches, your units can reroll charge rolls. Oh, dude, this is so crazy. This is good. Hyper focus on good charges, close range. Turn up to 2 burrowers from your army's engagement range. 1 or more enemies. Remove. Oh, there it is. 2 double uppy downy for 1 command point. Raveners coming out is probably one of the biggest things for this, because this is huge for Raveners. You just have Raveners just moving around the field doing missions. You can just double uppy downy them over and over again. And since they're burrowers, whenever they appear, they just create more tunnels. That's pretty cool. I know someone who might like to play this, but I know he's currently playing orcs. I think the first time I played his Nids, he basically played that, but he didn't have a detachment meant for it. So he kind of played that just to do it. And now there's I wonder if he knows there's a detach. He has to know. He's super excited about the orc hunt, like the beast snaga hunt stuff. So like he's pretty happy with that. But I wonder if someone like, if he notices that and then like immediately just goes, well, I'm back on Nids. That seemed to be the way he wanted to play Nids. He's just blinking all over the map. It's pretty fun though. Sadly, armies that have access to 12-inch reserve shutdown, those are the armies that are going to be your bane if you ever run into them. It's not often that someone has that. It is a unit in the Space Marines that is highly suggested by players to use, but not all Space Marine players use them. Because if there's a model on the field that goes, nothing can come in from reserves within 12 inches of me, that overrides the 6. And then on top of that, armies that have extreme levels of speed will just negatively affect your burrows pretty easily. You have to kind of be very defensive with your burrows. So close to being done the tiny weapons. Does feel very strategic that they would release that detachment just before the Ravener re-release through Kill Team. Just to be like, yes. Yes, buy the boxes, yes. What's up, Francois? All right, Rush. This guy in chat just typing numbers. Trying to activate me like a sleeper cell. Maybe he just typed in a security key in chat by accident. grimdark music going ham over on Twitch. I am noticing the music is like repeating on the same thing. I thought I saw a couple chapters. So I imagine this is one of those YouTube situations where someone just took one very specific line. Let me skip to the next one. The thing is, it's been on and off. In recent Warhammer, it's only been like 3 years. That's when I got back in. But prior, it was 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition. I think I got out right around the time the Nid Codex dropped for 5th edition, I want to say. I'm trying to remember the sequence, because it's been a bit. I just remember the Nid Codex dropping after a buddy of mine... Like, God, dude, No, yeah, I'm playing it on Twitch. I'm not putting music on YouTube. Too many people, or too many moments of just getting struck for like no reason. Like I've had YouTube hit my channel for playing music that's on their own free-to-play list. Like their list of, yeah, you can play this music has gotten me hit with, yeah, you're not allowed to play this music. So we do it on Twitch because Twitch has the VOD music separation. So I just listen to music, and then the VOD doesn't have it, and then I don't get hit. Super fun. But yeah, my buddy and I spent like 2, maybe 3 hours on the phone min-maxing a Tyranid army back in 5th. We took it to a couple tournaments. He did really well. And then shortly after he got all the models and got everything up and running, they put out the Codex that basically just utterly annihilated everything we'd done. They changed like what certain units were considered, and this was back when the models you had on the field were considered like troops, elites, fast attacks, and you could only take so many of any of it, and you had to have like 2 squads troops, 1 HQ. And I think they changed something because we had 2 types of units that were elite and heavy support, and I think they moved one of them to elites so that we weren't able to take all of it anymore, and it just absolutely destroyed our concept. And around that time we were all like, college, school stuff, life. So we kind of fell out of it. And only 3 years ago did we get back in. It can be. Especially when you're just getting into it. Like, my friend didn't have a massive Tyranid collection. We did one of those hyper-focused purchasings. Like, we came up with the list, and then next day he purchased it. And then drove to my house, and we sat there building it. We got it built in a day. We sort of come up with a painting plan. But we had a tournament to go to like that weekend. So I basically spent 4 days just like hanging out and showing him all the rules. Running him through scenarios, telling him how to think of certain stuff, giving him all the graphs and everything. Because that was back when it was like strength v toughness charts. Weapon skill versus weapon skill charts. Spent a few days just giving him the primer on how to move stuff, play things, how to think of where to put stuff. The rundown on what specific enemy factions kind of played like and things to think about. And we were getting ready to go to the painting when the Codex dropped and was just like, nope. Now you gotta go buy a bunch of new stuff. He was like, no. It would have been different if it was still usable, because he would have just started purchasing more, honestly. Had what he had on field been like, oh, it's fine. He would have just, like, over time been like, yeah, I just picked up another one of these, like, weird little things that creates gaunts and stuff. And it'd be like, oh, cool, you want to use it? Maybe. I might make a list with it. Like, it would have kept him interested to try to, like, min-max different ideas. But just to lose everything he had in, like, a day. Ugh. Brutal. But with the more open concept, lack of like specific model types, like troops, elites, HQs, fast attacks. It makes it so that your collection is just your collection. It might be weaker or stronger at any one given time, but you'd still be able to use it pretty effectively. Then you end up like me, where you just one day you purchase a Vindicator just cause. Maybe I'll use it. Maybe one day I'll put it in a list and send it upfield. I feel like only a few of these need the green paint upgrade. I definitely got some of my war dogs after I changed my formula for the fluorescence. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully you got the right kind of nids to really play into that subterranean strike list. Full army reroll at 1 at all time is pretty nuts. Not super strong, but still pretty nuts. Quite literally the reason Coterie is as good as it is. Get to 3 points on your kill marker, plus or rerolls hits of 1s. So good. From that point forward, your lethality is just through the roof. And it only gets better from there. So what kind of bioluminescence you doing? You just doing like a regular paint job and then just hitting certain parts of them to glow with maybe like an OSL or something? Because what I ended up doing with my Gene Stealer cult, which is basically Tyranid, I decided to do like a night fight thing where the model itself is very like dark teal, some phthalo blue of moonlight, stuff like that. And then I just bioluminescence them with the airbrush. That was because I purchased 2,000 points of Gene Stealer cults all at once and then sat there staring at it going, I don't want to paint this. I don't want to paint these. It's too much. Stupid, sexy Gene Stealer cult. Ooh, so like an underglow thing. You can do recess glowing with that. Usually got to get like a white that can flow really well, like an ink or something, and just pin wash it into the crevices and then just hit it with blue later. It can be pretty cool though. Alright, the 2 Gatling cannons. And then the blue is done. We got to update the green on a lot of the older guns. And we have a little bit of red to apply. Some of the flamer, like the Melta stuff. What's crazy is I should probably just paint the originals, like the actual parts, not the 3D printed ones. Or at least both. Because if I do end up going like, let me just get the other Questoris. So I could finish an all-heavy Knights army. As an option, at least. Then I'd at least have the ability to go dual Gatling or dual regular with the actual units that can go dual Gatling or dual regular. And if you're doing crystals, fun concept. There's a. I mean, you can always just do regular crystals, but this is a fun idea. There is a type of product used in nails, like designer fingernails, that is basically a fractal. It's like a fractal glitter sheet. So it's not just glitter, but it kind of visually looks like what one of those magic eye scope things look like, where it's just fractal shards. You can kind of glue those down to the surface, or just apply them with Ard Coat or some other form of like gloss medium. And you kind of create like fractal crystalling, which looks pretty cool. My one buddy did that with his Nid kill team. I feel like the music is a bit loud. There we go. Also, I'm switching over to Dark Fantasy Lo-Fi. I thought it would be better, but it's the same like 10 to 15-second song loop just played back to back, and it's like, whatever, man. Not good enough. problem is we're kind of in like the busy work stage, so it's difficult to, maintain conversation over on YouTube and everything. So my brain's just like, focus. Let's get through the blue, so we don't have to care anymore. We can get back to the other stuff. Because once we finish the 2 big nights, I might go grab the rest of the stuff I'm going to need for combat patrol. Because I can take my full 2K list and then a painted up combat patrol, which is going to require me to update the paint schemes on like 10 rubric marines, which is fine. It's fine. I already have the demon prince. I'd have to update the spear-wielding enlightened, which I'm not necessarily looking forward to, but it is a thing. Some spicy beef pasta. We're working on all of the stuff for my knights. Because honestly, painting updates for knights, specifically my knights, is going to be quite easy. We're almost done all the weapons. Because all my weapons on these are magnetizable. Which is good. Because had I followed the meta with my building and gluing process, I'd have a bunch of brigands, which all got nerfed with the upcoming Codex. And now I can think more on picking up executioners and blending a little bit more and having more options, maybe grabbing some huntsmen, which is kind of how I wanted to play them. So it's pretty nice to have these options. Because the Codex should be out next week, Saturday. And again, tournament that I got to go to is after that. I'm still practicing my Thousand Sons Mutant Herd list. But this tournament I'm going to is like a time crunch type tournament where there's not a lot of time to play the full game. chance I might just do knights instead. Easier setup. Easier movement phase. Much easier shooting phase. Because the thing is, when you get to small scale, like when you go with the smaller sized armies, just like little people on the field, you get weird spikes. Like right now in my mutant herd, I have a squad that does, I want to say 30 attacks? No, 60, because it's 3 each, 20 people. And I can make it so that the 3-inch range is base to base. And if everyone makes it to you and I get them to pile in really well and spend a command point, I'm rolling 60 dice to see what I do to you. That's insane. That is abject insanity. Even the more aggressive melee knights are like, I attack 6 times. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, a lot of this game is about what you have local. It's kind of a lot of people who ask if they should get into it. My usual first idea, or at least first moment of talking to them about it, is, do you have a local community? Because if you don't have a local community, 1,000% save your money. If you think you can create a local community, like if there's a large group of people who are like, I'll play it if you play it, then maybe go for it. But like if you don't know anyone, it'd be like starting a basketball league in Alaska or something. It's like a little weird. If you don't have an indoor basketball court and a bunch of people willing to play, it's like, all right. It's kind of why video games are so appealing. You can easily start groups and leagues without needing a local one. But if your area does have a local group, or maybe you can make one, like, is there nothing? So the local store that plays is an hour. Is there one closer to you that you could try to start a group at, that maybe they sell the stuff, but like no one currently plays there? Is there a local rec center that you can utilize? Put up flyers or something and be like, hey, Warhammer League, I'm trying to start one. Maybe we'll meet up last Saturday of the month or something. Because that's also kind of like, that's sort of what Games Workshop wants people to do. They don't want people to just utilize their storefronts consistently as like their place to play constantly. The hope is that everyone that buys into the game like creates a room in their house for it and then just has people come over. So they don't have to play host to a ton of people nonstop. And depending on your video or depending on your local game store, there's some local game stores that really don't like the 40K community. Or just don't want to like store all the terrain. Like that was the big thing for my local store. My like local store, the one that's like right down the road from me. I got back in, I was asking them about tournaments that they used to put on. Like I did through that storefront, I did the War for Armageddon. Like I was part of that event. It was awesome. And I asked them, I was like, anything coming up? And they're like, oh, we don't do them anymore. And they told me they just didn't want to store the terrain in back because it took up a lot of space. Also, locally speaking, we had some extremely sweat players. Like, there are players in this local area who, like, oh, this is their life. This is it. They use those games to kind of like stomp people. And it's like a bad experience, which the storefront doesn't, because the gaming room for that store is in back in like a whole separate area. They can't have someone back there at all times to like manage that. So when you got people back there just like utterly mocking other people just because like that's their favorite part of the day because they're absolute assholes. The store gets a bad rap for like letting it happen. And it just becomes a bad thing overall for everyone there. Oh, he doesn't sell Warhammer. That's actually crazy. He should probably get in contact. Games Workshop loves having storefronts. And they always set up really good deals for him, especially if this is a store that's an hour away from a store that does do it. There's a chance that if he contacts Games Workshop and is just like, I live here and I try to sell games, there's a very good chance they'll be like, yo, get in. Contract sent. And the store can be tiny. Like, okay, tiny how? I kind of have the reverse issue here in this area. There's a store not far from me that only does card games. And they have probably one of the best storefronts I have ever seen for gaming. The entire front of their store is just one long, like, window. Like, it's that kind of, like, multi-sectional, but, like, very thin seam line windows. Looking out into just like forest and stuff. Like it's just this beautiful location. And their storefront is huge. Actually huge. Like surprisingly overwhelming. They have a tiny desk in one corner with a bunch of card game stuff behind it. And all their tables are only there for like board games, like Catan and stuff. Or card games. And they just don't do tabletop strategy at all. Even though that place could be like easily a 20-person tournament. Like a Rogue Trader 20-person tournament. Great location for it. But they have no interest in doing anything in store that they don't sell. And they don't seem to have interest in picking Games Workshop stuff up for sale. Because they much rather just do card games and board games. Because, I mean, that's it. It's all condensed. They don't have to buy terrain. They don't have to maintain any of that. Even though there is this very large local community near there. I mean, it's the same one I'm part of. where a ton of the people that go to it, if they created this place, if they one day were just like, look, we're going to start selling this stuff and we're going to let you come in here and play, but we need terrain, I swear to God, like within 24 hours, someone would walk through their front door with like 30 tables worth of terrain and just be like, here you go. I 3D printed all of this. You can pay me in store credit if you want. I don't need much. I just want a place to play that's literally on the side of one of the most major roads in the state. It's seriously, it's like 10 minutes from my house. Such an amazing spot, and it's only card games. The madness! But a lot of local stores will tell you that the thing that keeps the lights on is the card games. Magic, Pokemon, even to a lesser extent Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the stuff that keeps people buying. That's the stuff that keeps people, you know, chucking money, and that's the stuff with some of the better margins. Even though Games Workshop stuff still has really good margins. Like, really good margins. Middle East Coast. I don't want to get too close. Alright, actually, I'll just say it because frickin' the other channel I work for editing, the guy that runs it just constantly tells people our state. Oh yeah, we live in Delaware. We'll be in the middle of a random conversation and he'll just be like, yeah, it's crazy here in Delaware. I'm like, alright, man. Like, we both know people in YouTube who've had those completely crazy moments of, like, someone climbing over their fence and just, like, walking over to them when they're in the middle of, like, a family thing and being like, hey, how's it going? We need to be friends. It's like, whoa, Jesus. We know people who've had that issue. He's still just like, yeah, we live in Delaware. So you could probably at that store play skirmish scale or even just combat patrol. Because combat patrol is 2 of the 4 little table things. It doesn't require a lot of terrain. So you can at least like get some games started. Does he have room to expand his game room? Or is that like it? Like in that store, it's like that's a tightly little packed corner. Because that's one of those things where if enough people really start showing up and trying to play, I imagine most storefront owners would be like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's add more tables. There was this one local store that was trying to do that. They actually cleared out their back room, readjusted how they handle supply and stuff in the storefront. They did a lot of work to try to figure it out. And then they started posting like, hey, tournament nights, hey, painting nights. You know, they really wanted people to come out for it. And then the place... Did I paint this? No. And then the place that they paid rent to kind of screwed them over. Just one day, the place told them, like, you got to move to a different location in the store, in, like, the building area, because we want someone else in your shop. Like, it was one of those things where they were supposed to sign for their lease for the next year, and the people running the store area was just like, no. Finally found a painting. There should be painting channels on Twitch, man. I always see painting channels. Oh, Hannah Workshop. Or is no one on right now? Did everyone give up? Also, to anyone new, I am dual streaming YouTube and Twitch right now. So if you're interested in what one or the other channel is saying, the chat box up here. Wait, are people playing Space Marine 2 in the Warhammer channel? A whole other channel for that. And it's not like there's been an update for Space Marine 2, right? Like, there's no reason to play it if you've been playing the last update recently. I mean, I have a fully kitted out, fully prestige sniper. I don't want to do that with anyone else. That was the least fun I've had in that game in quite some time. I still don't understand why people think prestiging in games is an enjoyable situation. It's just, it's so unfun. There has to be something else. A different way to keep people invested than just being like, hey, do you want to get rid of all the upgrades you got used to? Start from scratch again? No. Why would any psychopath want to do that? Yeah, imagine if you, Raj, I imagine if you work with the person at that store. I mean, there's ways to play at smaller scale. To at least get used to the game, get used to the rules. And then to see if you can build enough of a local community where maybe the store owner would, like, move some shelves around, potentially. Try to have, like, at least one dedicated table to 2,000-point games. Because, again, the goal for a lot of that is to find people locally who play. Maybe start Discord communities with them, or just general, like, Facebook communities, or whatever you want to do. Because local to us, at least, there's this one guy who plays Space Wolves, but his day job has him constantly working through most of the day, basically. Like, he's not out of work until maybe 8 or 9 p.m., so he's always posting in our local Discord that he wants to play games, but he has to play at his house. So he just invites people out to his house. And he's got his whole back porch he converted into a game room, which is pretty cool. Completely closed-in porch. Mini fridge, beers, sound system. It was awesome. They've even lowered, right? Like, they've done that. There's now rules for 1,000-point games, but Combat Patrol is usually the way to go because Combat Patrol is always on, like, the smaller scale. It's 2 table quarters instead of 4, so it's much smaller in size. Kill Team, though, which is usually the game I play, is really good for just the one table. And it's fun. Doesn't require a lot. Alright, let's get the red fuel tanks. done the starter weapons, and we can get to work on the Castigator's little loinclothy thing. Oh, forgot, actually. Yeah. Forgot my Desecrator still had his weapons on. I'll do these in a second. Is that the new box we're talking about? What did they call the new one? The new one's Ordo Hereticus, right? Oh, you mean the Imperial Agents Battle Force box? There's a lot of those, actually. There was the Boarding Patrol, which has two Arbites squads and then like half of the Inquisitorial Agents kill team, which is awesome. It's so good. Yeah, Ordo Hereticus. Yeah, so technically, okay, in this one you get the full squad of Imperial agents. In the Boarding Patrol, you get a half squad, and then enough of the Arbites to be able to field anything. Like, you can make alternative units and stuff, which is really good. Imperial agents. Rules as written, able to put a Corvus Blackstar in a Rhino. At least until... did they actually fix it? They did something that was weird. Where they kind of fixed the keywording, but then there was still a keywording that was wrong. There's even a typo in the Thousand Suns Codex. The bolt pistol that the Infernal Master has doesn't have the pistol keyword. So I can use his flamethrower and his pistol, which, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. That's not putting a Corvus Blackstar inside of a Rhino. One of those two things is more horrifying than the other. So, originally when the Rhino came out, it said it could just put Imperial agents in it, right? Like, you know everything's keyworded. And the keyword for the Rhino was just, it can put, you know, this many Imperial agents units in it. Didn't say Imperial agents infantry, it just said Imperial agents. And the Corvus Blackstar is an Imperial agent, so... rules as written. Not rules as intended. Corvus Blackstar could go inside of a Rhino. In theory, I think you could put 12 of them in there. But, I mean, you can only field 3, so... just put 3 of them in there. First person to pop open that Rhino. There's just 3 Corvuses that pop out of it and just go, ha-ha! Just fly off into the distance. I'm pretty sure the FAQ dropped. They changed something about the terminology used for the rhino. And they were like, that'll fix it. But unless they changed it again, to my understanding, you could... I think, no. This was something weird we came up with. Because a rhino has to have... Okay, so a rhino has to have something inside of it to not blow up. So, what the plan was to put a rhino inside of a rhino, inside of a rhino, inside of a rhino, inside of a... for however many battle line you have. And then the final rhino has a battle line unit in it. Or just a unit of some kind. So if you blow up my rhino, a rhino pops out. If I roll a 1 on the emergency disembarkation, it's a mortal wound. Oh well. Like, oh well. I think they then further fixed it though. Paint the rhino blue, put the words police box on the top of it. It's bigger on the inside. That's all local. It's really a local thing. Because, like, air humidity, just general, local area stuff changes everything. Thinner, moisture, all of it. I usually just use a wet palette, which is what this is. It seems to just keep it ambiently moist enough. Sometimes it over moistens though. It's a hit or miss. At that point, you're just getting a feel for the viscosity, so you can kind of eyeball whether or not you'll be fine and what you might need to change about it. I think the main thing for dry brushing is how much pigment you knock off, right? Like, some people usually get one of those really big Lego grids. One of those big sheets of Lego. And you just run the brush along the top of that till it, like, thins out the pigment just enough. And then you go from there. Because it's usually just about having a textured surface next to you to test, I guess, until it feels fine. And you can just wash the Lego off when you're done. Good, good. I think I'm actually going to paint the dark purple on the 2 autocannons I didn't do the purple on normally. Just to keep them similar. I think my dream right now is to run as many executioners as I actually purchased, which I think is like 4. 1, 2, 3. Could have swore I had another 2. Yeah, there has to be. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 that's unpainted. 4. Am I missing a... No. 2, 2. Am I missing an autocan? No, there it is. Okay, good. Why do you think I'm painting with so flat? I use this extra medium. So much cheaper than like 90% of model-based miniature paints. But you got to be really careful with it. Because like this was like $5. I'm probably never going to use all of it. But it's good to have. Just in case I want to maybe hit up certain parts of these things. Make them look a specific way. It is a very thick paint though, so... The other thing I had to buy with it was glazing medium. That way I can thin it properly if I really need to. But the glazing medium I purchased is from the brand and very cheap. Because I know a lot of people that do the whole glazing medium thing from Citadel. They tend to do Lamia, I want to say. Lamia medium. And Lamia medium is very small in that bottle and very expensive, in my opinion. So I'd rather just glazing medium for a much cheaper brand that I can make work. Like, you're watching me paint these with acrylics. Oh, hell yeah. I have no idea how to make Imperial Agents works. I don't know if you're, like, new and you started with Imperial Agents, at which point, Godspeed, sir. But as far as I know, going straight up Imperial Agents is, like, a difficult task. Hopefully it's fun for you. And I know that there was some weird misinterpretation of the rule for a little while there that made Death Watch from the Imperial Agents book, like, extremely powerful. Like, there was something they were doing that gave them, like, a 65 or 70% win rate. Until Games Workshop came out and went, yeah, that's not how that rule is supposed to be interpreted, and then it just killed it. I mean, they seem fun. I just don't know how to build them. Because you have so many options. But there's also a lot of exacting nature to it. Because there's the detachment that's really good into Xenos and gets all the bonuses against Xenos. There's the detachments that are good into Chaos that get all the bonuses there. So, like, I genuinely don't know. Kind of what you would want to go. And how you would play it. I like the puzzle of it. I like that idea of just like, ooh, I'm going to solve this. I just don't know if I could. at the very least at some point, because you said you were trying to work on your sororitas. I mean, if you play something else other than Agents of the Imperium, agents are your Codex or your Demons Index. So, I mean, there you go. You've got cool stuff to expand into if you ever want to. Which is pretty good. I do like the expansionary detachments. They're pretty fun. Like Gene Stealer Cult with the ability to take on either Imperial Guard or Tyranid. So if you're the kind of player that likes to play both Tyranid and Imperial Guard, grab Gene Stealer Cult. You have some fun crossovers. My favorite detachment right now, in general, not to play, because Gene Stealer Cult takes a lot of thought process, and I don't really think I could make it to round 3 with that level of energy. But the detachment I think they released for Grotmus for Gene Stealer Cult, or they released it later, I can't remember. It's the one that takes 1,000 points of Tyranids. And the entire purpose of that detachment is to make the Tyranids the main characters. Like, it's a Gene Stealer Cult team, but the whole way it works is that the Gene Stealer Cult dies. You sort of sacrifice them next to your Tyranids, and then the Tyranids gain a bonus because they basically ate the Gene Stealer Cult guys. And now they're like +1 wound or something. Like, they get really good bonuses for killing Gene Stealer cultists. It's just too funny. I think I watched a tournament where someone was playing that. It was such a good list that no one plays for Gene Stealer. Because it's either Biosanctic or Host, or I think Ascension Day or Host of Ascension. Those are the two ones that feel really good to play into. Oh, nice. I mean, sort of nice, I guess. If that guy got it out of there because he doesn't have room for it, and maybe he was getting rid of it, maybe that just means you don't have a good local community for it, which might not be the best of cases. But, I mean, if you know a community for it and you just got lucky. Because there was a time during the COVID days where a lot of people were opening board game stores because a lot of people seemed interested in board games. Because, I mean, you're sitting around your house, right? You gotta find something to do with the people there. So all these board game shops started opening up as COVID was, like, letting up a little bit for the restrictions in a lot of places. And they all kind of assumed, like, oh, this is going to be great. Board game sales are way up. Our store's going to do wonderfully. But none of them got online presence. None of them really thought about their local community hitting, like, critical mass on the interest of purchasing board games. And what to do after the fact. Most of them didn't even get into the card game side of things. Which a lot of stores will tell you is that's how they pay their rent. That's how they keep going as a store. And some of the modeling ones talk about paint being the way it works. But I swear to God, for the past year, there's been gaming stores that are just like, everything on sale. We need to clear this all out. Because they need to, you know, just bail. They don't have the money. They don't have the foot traffic anymore. It's all gone. So there were a lot of times where stores were just like, we're liquidating our products, and I got stuff for so cheap. Paints, tools, all of it. But yeah, I swear to God, like every mall had maybe 3 or 4 shops in it that were just like, we all sell board games. You guys know you're cannibalizing each other's communities, right? Should probably have figured out better spacing. It was kind of fun too, though. Around that time, my friend group and I were just like, let's start playing board games. So we went to a mall because we knew there was a board game shop there that had just opened up, and then it was we walked up and they were like closing sale. So we got all these crazy in-depth, massive, like highly rated board games for 50, 60, 70% off just because they were moving out.
Poggers.
Poggers. Thanks for the follow. Kind of hoping they drop the like the Moirax or whatever the small war dog odd unit is. I hope they drop it as like a plastic at some point here. Make sure chat isn't crashed. Now we're good. Alright, no one's canceled with me tomorrow. That's good. Do really want to get one of these test games in with my Mutant Herd, Thousand Suns. I'm really looking forward to playing that more. God, we got so much more to paint still. Getting these knights done will be great, though. That'll really help my mental to just be like, I don't have to paint any more knights. Just getting one thing done. Definitely not that impressed by the Ruinator. Probably won't pick it up as a model. If I do, though, I gotta look at the bits. Because the Ruinator's in the same box as the Desecrator and the Abominant, I believe, which would just be the Chaos-specific box. Then there should be, like, the more standard Questoris box that both sides have access to. Depending on the parts, I don't know. I could maybe see myself picking up another Abominant box and maybe sorting out one of the models. I do like the idea of a Desecrator, but man, the Desecrator gamble. Gambling on whether or not the Desecrator actually is about to do damage feels fantastic when it does. It is one of the biggest dopamine highs I've ever experienced in 40k, is rolling big on a Devastator hit and damage roll and all that. Since the Desecrator gets devastating wounds against vehicles and monsters, so when you fire on one with its like 3-shot las cannon. What's up, Batmans? We are working on updating all of my knights to just like the slightly more advanced paint scheme with, you know, actual layer paint instead of just contrast over metal. Just a little update for the visual aesthetic. Once we get done the knights, we've got a lot more Thousand Suns to do. I want to use the Volkite. One of the first big knights I made for Chaos Knights was the Abominant, which, I mean, I built it just to do it. And I didn't even magnetize it like I probably should have. I just figured it'd be cool. And then I looked at the rules and I was like, oh, I will probably never use this. New rules look good, though. I like new rules. So it's still the same as the classic. Okay. So that would be the Abominant, the Desecrator, the Rampager. I don't think we get any cannons, right? Or do we? We do get them. Does it come with the Melta? Was that the Melta one? No, the Questoris was Melta. We get a Fist, a Chainsword, the Las Cannon, the Tendrils, the Volkite. We don't even get back weapons, do we? In the Chaos Knight side of things. That's just straight up, you have to buy the Questoris box. That kind of sucks. I did really want to run a double Melta. Just, I don't know. I think it'd be so funny. Just to peek around a corner, double melt to something. Pew pew. Just brick the roll. Main reason I went Desecrator, though. I one-tapped a Monolith with my Desecrator. Phone call. Hang on, I gotta call a... Ooh, building an unclean one. Nice. I gotta call a local golf place to see if they sell physical gift cards, which I'm pretty sure they don't. Because I guess one of my family members is looking for something to get my dad. So give me a minute. Well, I attempted to call, and it went straight to voicemail. So, back to painting for at least a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna call. Then I'm gonna have to answer. What's not that? Wait, hang on. Why is? Did you just hop into the Discord? Yeah. All right, it should work now. I have it set so that you need a roll to be able to post stuff like that. And I manually do my rolls because I'm an idiot. But I kind of like it too because, you know, I get to see who's joining my Discord. I get to actually physically say hi, I guess, in a way. I should probably look into a bot though. No, it won't let you post pictures if you don't have a role, and I have to manually set roles. So I do that. It's just to prevent people from just showing up and like spamming a ton of random crap. Because Discord communities can get weird sometimes. Well, I mean, there's a reason. The reason is that their meds are no longer working. I like it. I'm an avid fan of Grim Neon over Grim Dark. Almost all of my weapons, though, across many of my factions are glowing, though. Just, I like to draw attention, right? To the weapon that's on the unit. In my opinion, it feels better for you to, like, kind of see, like, oh, there's 3 things on there. As opposed to just being like, oh, there's only 1 thing on there. Oh yeah, the Abominant's not bad. Based on all the leaked rules, it'll do decent stuff. It doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as it does right now. It seems to have a pretty solid grasp on the kind of unit it's trying to be. And there's some attachment upgrades it can get, or some enhancements it gets from specific detachments that make it very powerful. Like there's one that supposedly gives it lance. Yeah, I feel like running up on something with that many attacks and just lance it to death. Okay. Alright, we gotta find a place to move all this. So I can get the big guys done. And then we can tear through the 6 war dogs I have left. And then that's it for knights. We can go back to the Zangors. I did my Tyrant yesterday, my Abominant yesterday. Okay, I'm going to need medium magenta and light magenta. And this is going to be the most impossible thing to position. I actually did most of this off stream yesterday because I realized Castigator is one of the worst things to hold in paint. Oh, there we go. This is my Castigator. If you're interested in the journey we took to paint it and put it together, that is over on my YouTube channel. recently. I just put a ton of time into doing the blue plating on the gun, the head, and all the little shields around his shoulders. I think I got everything that matters. There shouldn't be anything else that needed a blue update. Do a little wet on wet blending. Stupid sexy castigator. Ugh. No. I need to find spots to hold that aren't on very fragile components. Huh. Yeah, it's my Night Castigator. Super fun model to build. Highly posable. I did a lot with green stuff and Zangors. In all the leaks they've shown so far, I haven't seen anything about this guy, though. So I am interested. Because I think right now, this version of Knight is a little unique. Because I think they only really come from, I want to say, like a side detachment thing. Like they put out an extra amount of information specifically for these types of Knights. And if no one took pictures of them in the Chaos Codex, that means they're still not related to the Codex in a way. Which is very peculiar to me. Because you'd think they would put their info in the Codex. If not, then the info that we have might be official, although they can always change it on Codex release day. Could be a whole thing. Chaos Knight Codex leaks. Because Goonhammer did a review. A lot of people have done reviews. Not a single one of them, I think, has brought up any of this variant of the Knight. Yeah, War Dogs, Aberrants, Tyrants. Closing thoughts. Literally nothing about the bigger ones. Even the points changes are Stalker, Carnivore, Huntsman, Executioner, Brigands, Tyrants, Ruinators, Rampagers, Despoilers, Desecrators, Abominants. Nothing about the Castigator. The Castigator, the Lancer, all of it. Warhawks, yeah, like no one. Not even Auspex can use the Imperial Armor Knights, Cerastus. It says it can use them, but I imagine they're going to change. If their stats change, their wounds will probably go up. Their toughness will probably go down. Maybe. Maybe. Unless they just keep them as they are. Chaos Knights, Imperial Armor. Because, yeah, T12, 25 wounds. That feels about right. Maybe they up it, but I don't know. I don't know why they would want to. And if they don't change anything about them, my ability is exactly what I want it to be. Provide local War Dogs sustained 1 for ranged weapons. Because I want this thing to go with like good War Dogs. It might end up being with Stalkers. Like with the new rules and points changes, I might just take a bunch of Stalkers with Gatling guns and claws or something. For a good mid-ranged brawly unit. That could be cool. Depends on what the new rule is. For Stalkers, which I think was leaked. Leak. New. New core strat leak. So all Cerastus Knights are going to be 355, supposedly, which is crazy if you think about it, because they're all very different. What is he now? He's 445 now? Dude, if it's 355 for Cerastus, Pog champ. That's almost 100 points off. I could easily see them changing it, so maybe he gets like +5 wounds, -1 toughness. I just want to see the data, the actual leaks. I thought someone posted the pictures. I could have swore someone posted the pictures. Hopefully the stalker has a good ability. Who knows? Let's try to get this guy done. And then at some point here, I'm going to have to go get my laundry moved over. Oh, I was getting too liquidy. They kind of do. The custodian. Like, what do you mean? Like, their side rolls? Because, like, I swear to God, my friend's Custodes army has less units on field than my knights. Which, no joke, is how he wants to play. He doesn't want to play with a lot of stuff to move around. But he loves seeing a lot of stuff roll. Like, he loves dice rolls, but he'll never play an army with so many units that he's rolling, like, hundreds of dice. He just wants to have, like, everything be gambled on, like, 5 dice rolls, right? Like, he'd like my Knight Desecrator. He'd like to probably play my Knight Desecrator. Because the Knight Desecrator is very much, I'm either doing no wounds to you, or I'm doing 40 wounds to you. There's no in between, and there's only some chance for you to mitigate it. More often than not, he's doing no wounds to you. Because I feel like there's too many vehicles right now in game that are like, I also have an invuln. It's like, you bastard. Go ahead, roll your 2 5-ups. Against my AP4 Super Las Cannon. Do it! Disappoint me further. Mini whips. Ah, so bright. That is a really cool looking predator, though. So your green stuffing, a great unclean one? God damn, bro. That looks like a fertility idol. But, oh, that predator. So much stuff. That looks like something in Slavic lore that you're supposed to put under your bed to guarantee that you're going to have kids. And they add to the tale that when the kid comes of age, you have to, like, put haystack or like put pieces of hay in all of your keyholes in your house to prevent the demons from getting in to take him. This guy going hard for the full custom. This one has more blue on it than normal. This is back when I was still young and naive. Thought I'd be okay putting so much blue on something. Not knowing in a year's time I'd be sitting here with a brush trying to make it look better. Fellblade, you say? Oh, nice. A lot of my Knights hatches I sealed with a bunch of chain that I got. And then usually a little Zangor shield. Make it look like the Tzeentch stuff sealed something in there. Something horrid. A twisted monstrosity. Not this guy, though. This guy got Mauler Fiend. Or, not Mauler Fiend. Slaughter Brute parts. What's up, Jamber? What? Okay. To be clear, when you say Titan model, are you referring to what I'm building here? Because these aren't Titans. These are just Knights. Are you referring to the actual Titan model? Because my friend, we have one guy at the store that has brought his in. We have a few that own them. And they have to bring them in pieces and cart them around. Because they are heavy as hell. They're basically just bricks of resin. No, yeah, they're heavy. I wouldn't mind getting one. The problem is I don't like how they look. Just like, I don't know. There's something aesthetically different about them that makes them off-putting. Because, like, you'd think they would have a lot of the same aesthetic as Knights, right? Just because it would fall in that same vein of concept. But they feel really different visually from Knights. Like, really different. Because it is sort of like an old print model, right? Like, before they did the Knight stuff, they sort of settled on a look for the Titans. And then when they did the Knights, they didn't really follow the Titan schematic. And I think the Knights feel better, I guess, to a degree. Like, in terms of a visual sense. Like, I love this lattice working. I love their approach to, like, the inner workings versus the outer armor shell. I kind of love that aesthetic. And I feel like Knights, like the big Titans, don't have that. They have something a bit different. They just feel like a giant cardboard fort that walks. I feel like I would have to put so much effort into converting it to feel closer to like a knight to try to make it match a little bit. And then to chaosify it too. Because Titans are just Titans. They don't really have chaosified components. I feel like there's probably STLs out there to do like upgrade parts from a 3D print to make it a Chaos Titan. But I don't know. I'm not that pushed for it. I feel like if I bought a, oh, dude, okay. If I bought a Titan, like a proper Titan, I would probably buy like 4 or 5 boxes of Lords of Change. Probably buy a bunch of boxes of like the demons of all kinds. Pink, blue horrors, screamers, and then like a ton of boxes of Zangors. And I would do what I did with my Castigator, but with way more detail on the shoulder pads of my Titan, so that there's just like a giant golden relief statue of like Lords of Change behind a bunch of like screamers and flamers flying across, with a bunch of Zangors below them, alongside like pink and blue horrors just moving as a giant military force. So just a giant relief statue scene of the Tzeentch army. I would increase the weight of that model by like 20 to 30 pounds. Nothing but plastic. Yeah, but I want to play at the store local to me. And it's a Warhammer store. They don't really like it when you show up there with literally just random stuff you bought from a toy store. And just go, this is a Baneblade. Here's my Knight's Army. It's all Cabbage Patch Kids. That, and I want to play in tournaments too, and tournaments also tend not to look at people who are, you know, just bringing random stuff they found. Like, if it's just me proxying stuff on table with friends to try things out, yeah, sure. But nah, Screamers like those little Zinch demons that fly around. Kind of like seagulls. Just more eyes. Way more eyes. Nice, Raj. No, yeah, dude, orcs. If you're near a toy store and you play orcs, you win. Like, you're gonna have the coolest army ever. People still to this day, they'll get like a Tonka frickin' truck, just cover it in random bits and call it an orc war truck, and it just works. Yeah, the old Stompas. They have models now, but like the old ones, I think almost everyone had to build one. They always had, I feel like they had information in the form of like, this is kind of the size it needs to be, blah blah blah, but like after that point it's just like, do what you can, man. Build yourself a giant orc robot. So yeah, we're just trying to get the blue plating built up from the contrast I had before. We got 6 war dogs to quickly get through. Might need to take a minute here. Once this guy's done, move my laundry to the dryer. I gotta do the blue, and then I gotta upgrade his green. Because his is old green as well. Is it gold? Did I just leave that as gold? I think I left that as gold. Oh, I missed one of the feet. One of the toes. Chaos Knight's only feet. This side's done, right? Yeah, it's done. I mean, I could hit it a little harder, but it's fine. Let's get the yellow going. Backpack generators. Yeah, there's something for everyone. You don't necessarily need to be a great painter either. There's a lot of fun little things you can do to just get paint on a model, make it look decent. Not need to put in a lot of effort or have a lot of skill. And a lot of what I'm doing, I've always marked as more of like a Bob Rossian approach. You're not seeing a person who's showing you how to do this at the top of tier methodology, you know, using the proper wet on wet blend technique. I do the more weird version, I guess. It's not as effort filled. The results aren't as impressive, I guess. I do a lot of rando BS with specific paints. Most of what you're seeing before you is me utilizing the model's 3D aspect. The fact that it is, in fact, a model and not a flat surface to achieve visual and aesthetic tricks to try to make it look like I'm actually putting an effort, when in fact that is not the case. Right now I'm using the highly liquidy nature of high flow fluorescent green over top of surfaces that currently have yellow fluorescent pigment on them to try to blur and slurry a surface. It sort of looks like energy. Not going overboard with it. I'm not going crazy. Pull away what I can. Boom. Desecrator incoming. Maybe one day, a year from now, with a lot of these models that I'm working up like this, we'll work on gradiating lighter blues at peaks and stuff, but not that worried about it. I'm going to put up the little Be Right Back logo. I'm going to move my laundry over, and then we're going to work on 6 War Dogs real quick. The War Dog shouldn't take a lot of time. Yeah, be right back. Kya. I'll put these guys away. A giant container. Just gotta put weapons in these containers. You're gonna do purple skin orcs? Because you could always do the running joke of just having a bunch of bases with nothing on them. Tell everyone they're your orcs. And they are all purple. Checkerboard orcs is fun. I was looking in how to do checkerboard orcs. Like a long time ago. Someone suggested you basically get like a sponge that's like a small square. You kind of like physically go across all of them. Paint like a white surface and then you just do black paint on the sponge. That's why I play Zinch, bruh. I like to spell. Mostly hyped. I've looked at it occasionally. We're assuming that maybe they'll change something about the the large one, like the Castellans or whatever. They're gonna maybe change the rules. If they don't change the rules, they've lowered them by 100 points for no reason. We're kind of hyped while painting. You gotta remember we're painting here. Because that's definitely something I don't fully get. Like, we've gotten all the information. I'm guessing because the larger knights are Imperial armor. That's why we haven't seen any of their rules updates. Which, sure, okay, that's fine, I guess. But man, do I really want to know. Like, I genuinely want to know if my Castigator is still going to provide sustained 1 to War Dogs. I feel like every single Great Unclean One's base is always like some kind of resin pour, right? Or not even resin pour. Just like find a gooey thing that you can kind of pour across the surface, make it like snot green. Alternatively, you can make it look like a really clean hospital floor and mess with people. Or just a shag rug. You ain't getting this Great Unclean One out. He's stuck in that shag rug. Let me go make sure I did the other two. War dogs, war dogs, war dogs, war dogs, war dogs. Okay. These should be fairly quick because it's mostly just the blue at this point. I know I have a few loincloths on them. Let me take a look at the other one. So we have a few loincloths on them I can work up. Doing some wet on wet with the purple. The main thing I want to focus on right now is applying the blue where it needs to go. So yeah, once that's done, there you go. My squeaky as hell chair. I think I didn't have a loincloth, right? He chains. We'll keep the loincloth ones out. So we can just do those after. Any fun video games anyone looking forward to? coming up. That's right, we're getting into topics mode. So that's a loincloth. Let me just double check, make sure. I got the crotch plate on the other one because I wasn't thinking about it. I try not to think of crotch plates all that much in life. Total Warhammer 40k. Isn't that the rumor? Thought there was a rumor of Total Warhammer 40k. Something they've been really trying to push and work on for a while now. It's like, I get one of the Total Wars, or at least two of the Total Wars were like big, right? But wasn't the last one that came out, people looked at it and were like, eh. Was there like a reason for that? Or was it just like fatigue? Just like, oh look, more of the same. Do you think in Total War Warhammer 40k they add in like Gothic as well? Maybe you've got some rounds of Gothic you have to go through as you travel from planet to planet. Oh wait, Arch, are you there? Do you have the link to the data slates? I was trying to look at it earlier because I'm trying to figure out if stalkers are going to be good to run with my castigator. Because I was thinking of running stalkers with the claws and the Gatling guns, so that they can possibly get sustain 1 while moving alongside a castigator. Well, okay, so I actually really liked... Dawn of War 3 was very buggy because they were moving over to their new engine that they wanted to use for that style of game. As far as I know, the things people complained about the most with it was that it didn't have as much stuff as 2. And this is my issue with sequelitis. Dawn of War 2 had like 10 expansions and so many factions and so much stuff going for it that for Dawn of War 3 to release with anywhere near that much stuff in it would have been impossible. Especially when you consider new engine. Like, everyone that I talked to about it, they're like, I hated it. And when you ask them why, it's usually, there wasn't as much stuff in it as Dawn of War 2 had. And it's like, okay. Like, that doesn't really work. And the other chunk of people that didn't like it, they were like, it's too much like StarCraft. Alright. But yeah, the bugginess definitely an issue. Because even I experienced when I was playing it. You would tell the game, like, move squad here, and you'd hope that they would get into cover, but they would, like, stand in place in front of people and just take bullets. Well, it's not even that. Like, well, yeah, the bigger, badder monster concept always there. But with the sequelitis of it, I mean, I feel like a lot of people were really hoping Dawn of War 3 was going to have Tau, Necron, Orcs, Nids, Aldari, Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, all as like a launch day thing. Like, yay, every faction, day one. It's like, no, you gotta calm down with that notion. That was not gonna be a thing, no matter how you think of it. Want them to just sit down, redo all the models in the higher resolution. Like, I had a friend who was really looking forward to playing it, and when he played it, he was just like, there's not as much here as Dawn of War 2. It's like, yeah, there won't be. Behold. Which I feel like is probably why a lot of companies are pushing themselves towards games as service, because you can just consistently update the game that's already out. I mean, even Fortnite changed its engine without changing its game. What's up, Akin? Do we really only have 2 loincloths to work on? Okay. That's good. Good. I thought there'd be more. That is why I thought it was interesting that the remakes of the old Dawn of War stuff explicitly has Relic's name on the title. I'm trying to look into what's going on with that. Because if I'm not mistaken, when THQ liquidated, Relic lost the rights. Or at least the contract to be able to use 40K stuff. Which is why they decided to hyper-focus on Company of Heroes. Because, I mean, it's just World War II. Is what it is. But then their last Company of Heroes release didn't seem to go over too well. Oh, nice. If it's a friend's tourney, maybe you can make a friend's trophy. Sort of like a World Wrestling belt. You can run tourneys once in a while. Whoever wins gets the belt. Till the next tournament comes around. Alright, loincloth time. It can just be an odd little thing. Me and my buddies used to watch a series called The League. We kind of got the idea sort of to run like small little events between us, like little competitions, I guess. We'd have a trophy, but like we never really got around to it. There's also not like a funny trophy we could use. Doesn't really matter. So people from our local store will usually run tourneys. The last one was like a spearhead tourney that had trophies. It actually had like trophies. The guy running it 3D printed these trophies he made. And he was so excited. And now half a year later, every single person who got a trophy, the temperature change caused the trophies to explode. Because, like, there was a bunch of uncured resin in them. Wet on wet blends. Wet on wet blend cloaks. So good.
Poggers.
Spoggers. Thanks for the follow. About to have to go grab my my Thousand Suns Rubric Marine box, so we can get to work on that. All right. All war dogs, all big knights, all knight weaponry. Done. Does feel really good to complete one thing. Like one whole entire thing. Minus this one gun that I won't complete until I get 3 more, maybe, or 2 more. Which probably won't happen. I'm not really looking to buy any more of that. Let me put these away, let me go grab my Rubric Marine box. Alright, so if I want to get a game of combat patrol in on top of a game of 40k tomorrow, I'm gonna need 3 of these bad boys to be worked up. I don't need them, but I want this. I can always just use my archers and just say that they're spear wielders. What's the combat patrol look like? Five warp flamers, 3 bolt guns. Yep, that's it. I already have the demon prints. So if we can work these up and then these, my combat patrol will be fully painted. I can pack them with the army I'm taking tomorrow. Possibly getting multiple types of games in. So key things we want to do up front. For Zangors, I know it's the Drakkenshade. Pretty much immediately. I know spears suck here. They're pretty good in AOS, though, if I ever want to use them. But with how balance works in all these games, literally like next week, they could change how the spear wielders work, and then all of a sudden they're just super useful. I tried them in a tournament. I gotta say, hitting for 3 mortal wounds and then immediately doing no damage in melee pretty much all the time, even with the +1 to hit from the shaman. They are not worth their points at all. Full squad on average 4 mortals. I think the reality is if you're going to take them, you're taking them in 2 squads of 3, which is a bit more expensive than you would like, because 3-mans are more expensive than 6s per. But maybe just for hiding, it's better. But yeah, these are pretty much your scoring units. There's no reason to send them into combat, unless literally it's something nearby that has like 1 wound remaining. And it's like, this is it. This was our moment. I mean, I will at some point. We're mostly just repainting all my old stuff to try to get it up to date. You can always add more and decide to do more detail. I mean, there might be the one day that hits where I'm like, let me do some freehand, like serious painting on the shoulder pads of my knights or something. Just there's so much you can do to just get more projects, basically. Just more and more and more. The hell? Oh, what's up? What up, Dasmal? Thanks for the raid.
Poggers.
Poggers. You missed the knights. I actually put the knights away. I can't really pull them back out easily.
Poggers.
But welcome in, Raiders.
Poggers.
Jesus. Burst of follows. Hey everyone, I'm Kimmerix. I do Warhammer stuff. I've got a YouTube channel.
Poggers.
We talk a lot about Kill Team over there. Trying to move into 40k and everything else. We are updating a lot of my old paint schemes on my Knights, which we just finished. My 1,000 Suns, which we're working on.
Poggers.
Technically my Chaos Space Marine Soulforged, which we kind of finished. No, yeah, we finished those. Because that was just 2 Venom Crawlers and 3 Warp Smiths and Vastor. And that was it. But yeah, welcome in. In life, I am better known as the editor and co-host for Spawnwave Media, a channel over on YouTube that does gaming news and has a weekend show about video game stuff. Alright, we're going to let the shader stuff dry. We're kind of getting ready for a tournament at the end of the month. If anyone's going to be in Oaks, PA for Too Many Games, there is a big tournament on Saturday. It's Rogue Trader. I'm very up in the air as to whether or not it's going to be a good tournament. They kind of had it landed on them in their lap like a week and a half prior last year. So they had literally no terrain on the table. Which, when you're playing an army of bulk cultists and your opponents are constantly Imperial Guard, 0 terrain is not your friend. So that was a bad day for me. But we'll see how they do now. They've got 32 people signed up for it. They actually had to extend the sign-ups for more people. I luckily got in on one of that. What projects were you guys working on? You guys painting anything fun today? This is me trying to be friendly. Oh, the struggles of expending energy as an antisocial human being. Turn my music and my headphones down. I think we'll do the cloaks too. We'll do some wet-on-wet cloak work. We're also multi-streaming between Twitch and YouTube, just in case anyone's wondering. When I start talking to people, you don't know who I'm talking to. Up here, that's sort of the universal chat. Having said that, what kind of eyes are you slotting in there? I'm guessing this is for your great unclean one that you're basically building out of milliput. Please tell me it's googly eyes. Please. Nice. I first got back into this game around the time 10th edition was starting up, it took everything in my power to not make all of the large monsters and Primarchs and stuff I was painting into bobbleheads. Just a little spring, a little slotted, sort of like neck pin attachment. Could have had a bobblehead Magnus. My friend would have a bobblehead Avatar of Cain. Could have made bobblehead Helldrakes. Oh, we can zoom in now. Now that we're no longer stuck on knights, we can actually get close up. Move these guys back a little bit. You can always make them viable, Fat Mans. Show the world how powerful they can be. Phone call. All right, let me run around and grab something. Shouldn't take me more than a minute. BRB. Oh, back. This is the part of the overall project I was a little worried about. Once it's done, I know it's going to look good. I'm not painting any chaos trim. These guys started as gold. All is planned. Theory, the problem here is I'm painting the Thousand Suns little crossbars. That's the annoying part. Best viewers. Where's Broshi when you need him to ban things? Probably off off in a magical place, enjoying life. Not painting Thousand Sun rubrics. God damn. I do really love these thin, long bristle brushes. Very useful. That sort of like stippling detail in. It's just that simple. We'll do the purple at the end. Thankfully, I'm only kind of interested in playing Phalanx. If I was desperately interested in playing Phalanx, I'd probably go nosebleed, up all night, coffee mode to try to finish these guys. I actually wonder what a phalanx list looks like. Like, how many squads, and is it like bulk MSU? I feel like I would want full-size flamer squads. And then maybe MSU bolter squads. It's kind of hard to tell. I think the one guy running phalanx at the tournament I went to last weekend, pretty sure people were kind of sort of making fun of him for running 2 big squads of Terminators. Like, it was kind of the jab situation. Sort of, like, I think halfway through the tournament he realized that running 2 big squads of Terminators doesn't really matter when your opponent just like runs up to them and then kills them with like crazy amounts of saturation fire. Like, -1 to wound really doesn't matter when it's like all bolt guns or just 80 shots in a squad or something. It's crazy. Like, Terminators are dead. Part of me does want to run like 3 small squads of Terminators though. That list does benefit too from Zangor Enlightened on disc with bows. Just because you might be rocking a sorcerer in Terminator armor, which helps that. You can get Exalted on disc and back with them, the whole 18-inch lone op, 30-inch threat range nonsense. And they can hold your backline screen and then have 30-inch basically heavy bolters with lethal hit precision. Ignore cover. Like, that's a scary, scary backline. And then if you've got Terminator Sorcerer Lords, they just got to hit targets. Lets the archers in back hit for 3. I feel like you would still overload maybe the Predator Annihilator, the Las Cannon Predator. That just feels good in any detachment. Like, let's be real. The bonuses it gets hit with are just way too good, even outside of the armor division. Technically, in my opinion, it's kind of like weaker as a choice in armor division. I mean, you still want it. But the whole thing about armor division was giving rerolls. I think we'll leave that arm gold. Fine with it. I mean, the only thing you really get from armor division is reroll wounds. Because if you're doing it right, that thing already has full rerolls of hits and damage. I guess if my opponent puts too many situations up of like minus to hit, minus to wound, making it malefic is pretty good. Just have it sit back and ignore modifiers. Have fun at your party. I'll probably put the order in for the Chaos Knights Codex when I'm there tomorrow. I don't know, actually. What time is it? 4:39. Probably another hour. I might end up finishing these guys off stream, just casually. Because I'm going to want to get dinner. I'm going to want to go for a walk. Thanks to painting, I've been hella sedentary these past couple days. Need to get back on moving around. East Coast. US East. What you claiming to be first in? Oh. God, I gotta get used to the YouTube chat thing too. No idea what you were talking about for a second there. Completely forgot they did that dumb little first place sticker nonsense. I mean, I get it. The aim is to psychologically get people to interact more. So, like, go for it. I just really hate the idea that we have to gamify everything to make people do things. Ugh. Losing sanity levels. What up, Tiny Fox? Yep, just updating my rubrics. Specifically, a rubric squad I can use for combat patrol. Hopefully it'll be done before tomorrow. I can take... Well, I mean, I'll take it with me either way. But hopefully I can get it updated in the next couple hours. Just need these panels. The loincloths, which honestly are going to be a lot faster than I'm probably going to expect. We also need to update the green on their guns with actual fluorescent. Because these are some of the first rubrics I've painted. Which means they were painted before I changed the formula. So I'll just have to deal with that. What you up to? Chilling? Working on any projects? Oh yeah, I personally am enjoying the visual aesthetic update. Certainly not regretting deciding to go through with it. At this point, I'm more ecstatic that we like 100%ed the update for my knights. I knew it wasn't going to be that bad once we got to the war dogs because it was just like a couple pieces, which is baller. Check, make sure. There's a good chance the next time we stream, which probably won't be tomorrow, we're going to do... My family's doing Father's Day stuff tomorrow with my dad. My pops. But the next time we get some painting in, probably do my demons. Because honestly, my demons are just going to be the 3 birds, most likely. Because I think everything else is just general color. Like flesh tone and stuff. Well, demon flesh tone, that is. But all the birds I have pieces of armor on them that are going to need to be updated. Shouldn't take me more than like 20 minutes. Which means we'll be able to hop right back on to getting some of the rubrics and all that done. 3 down. 7 to go. I think we do the big brush for the bigger components, like the backpack, little things here. Phone call. kind of want to fix that part. Get some hoplite gold. I gotta go grab the new mission cards tomorrow. But as far as I can tell, unless they change it, the tournament in 2 weeks is old mission cards, which is a very weird concept, but is what it is. Normally when it comes to rules differentials for timing, most tournaments I've seen have done cutoffs of like 1 week prior. Hail. Yeah. 4 down. My back is only slightly sore. Because we are on hour number 5. Jesus, Rex. I am intrigued by all the leaks and stuff from the Chaos Knights Codex. I more or less titled this because I was kind of hoping a metric ton of people would come in and be like, why do you think it's going to be good? It's going to be bad. We're losing all of these abilities and stuff. And I want my army to be the strongest. Basically, I was hoping for an invasion of nerds. The reality is it's a lot healthier for the game with what's happening. Not just for the Knights, because now Knights will be able to take way more units, or at least a couple more units, technically. But the meta won't require enemy armies to just be like, I have to bring this, if not, I'm not going to be able to kill Knights. Which is just better. It allows for more interesting lists. But yeah, personally, I am interested. I do play Chaos Knights, so getting the Codex finally, pretty cool. Finding out that a lot of the units no one thought was useful for the longest time are now actually kind of useful. The statting of them makes it so there's no one clear winner for who you want to take with every single point that you have access to. Allows for versatility. What you up to? Getting ready to play some more Switch 2? To those who don't know, if anyone's actually still here, if you're interested in watching video game streams occasionally, Rax is back to stream for a bit. He's been hitting those times. Yeah, should be good. Again, most Saturday I'll be at the tabletop section just playing. But it's usually decent to unwind. I just wish too many games happened like in the winter. Or like in the fall or something. Just in a cooler area. It's always like right as summer starts. You know it's going to be boiling hot outside. Need to re-verify with John that they have my name and info as like a creator. Dude, doing conventions with John is like the worst. He never double checks things. Because, like, if he put my info in, that's cool. But I think the last time we did this, the creator badges were supposed to be picked up somewhere else. They weren't picked up at the front. because they wanted the creator people to like get their badges easier to be able to just go to the convention and not really worry about talking to security and be like, no, 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 I'm a creator. I got to be in there for my panel soon. I can't wait in this line, like that kind of stuff. So they had this whole other system. Yeah, Josie's on. I think Celia's on the website. But they had this whole other system in place for that, and we didn't know about it. I remember getting there and going through the front. I was waiting for John because I figured I'd just go in that way. It's easier to clear up any misunderstandings when he's like, no, 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 this should be in. But then he was like, I'm going to show up later because family stuff. So I was like, all right, I'll just go. Walked in, walked to the front. I was like, I'm here to pick up a creator badge. And they were like, you didn't get the email? Son of a bitch. It wasn't even a room off to the side. It was in the hotel. I had to drive back to the hotel. Like, had he told me it was in the hotel, I would have just drove to the hotel right away. But they were like, yeah, it's at this hotel. I was like, son of a bitch, man. Alright. Yeah, I know I'm not on there, but, like, that's fine. I don't really need that shit. I just want to make sure my badge is where it needs to be. I want to double check to make sure that I have to go to a specific spot beforehand. God damn, it feels awkward showing up and having no idea what to do. Sometimes you just need the confidence, though. I remember showing up there one year, and John was like, yeah, we got creator badges, you know. And I remember going in, giving them my name, and they were like, well, you have like a regular badge. I was like, okay. But then they told me it was basically the same thing. Because I just had to tell people who I was there with. I was like, alright, that's fine. So I was just walking around the convention before it opened, and like no one said anything right up until just before the convention opened. They came over, they were like, wait, you're not a... Like, I just had the confidence. No one even checked. No one looked. No one cared. It's like the security people at my college. My college had security badges where you had to get them updated every year. And I never got mine updated after freshman year. Like, probably the last month before graduation, I walked into one of the buildings to go to class, and then the security guard there was like, wait, that's an old badge. Hold on. He was so excited. He was like, I got one, yeah. It's like, sir, you should not be excited about this. This very much shows you how, like, inefficient and easily circumvented your security firm is. Man, you could probably get a badge from Sean this year. You ask him? Just get some free shit, bro. It's Sean. He'll definitely give you free shit. He'll be like, yeah, man, we're in. Yeah, we know he'd love to do it. Sean is all about the cheapness. I can guarantee you he feels happy making the people from that MCN do stuff. Like, he loves getting people to do things for him. There's probably some psychological trauma there, but who cares? foot. Falling asleep. Oh, I need to stand up. Big stretch. Four more to go. I feel like my camera moved slightly. Oh, hyper focusing, zoning in. I just want this nonsense done. I wish Thousand Suns Hellbrutes were good. How prominent they were in Space Marine 2, you'd think they'd try to make them decent on the tabletop, get people to buy them up. Sudden hankering for a lamb gyro. Strikes without warning. Just get these shoulder plates and exhausts done. what sucks is when I'm done the blue, we've got the green and then the purple cape stuff to do. So we're not actually done. What's up, Remnant of Chaos? Hopefully you're not a hallucination. We are over 5 hours. I have not eaten since 6 hours ago. Sitting still, hyper-focusing on painting. I feel my mind going. I'm not too sure. I'm not super... I mean, if you're referring to 40K, I'm not super into the books as of yet. The best part is, at the store that I go to, I don't have to be. Because everyone there is more than willing to basically TLDR every book that's ever existed. Oh, thank you. These are updated. We're working kind of over top of something we painted about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Just kind of updating it. I was fine with where they were before, with just the contrast. But the recent Combat Patrol box showed the Demon Prince with like bright blue armor paneling. And I just went, yep, that's what I'm doing. We're updating stuff. And get some bright blue or just generally bright color armor paneling depending on what I'm painting. To my understanding, it is difficult to navigate the book lore, though, for 40k, since a lot of it is redacted. There's a bunch of books they thought would be cool to put out, and then, like, a year later, they're just like, I don't know. Maybe that character shouldn't have died. I do kind of hope they push a little closer towards the idea of, like, maintaining a singular lore going forward, though. Because it'd be cool to see, like, a cohesive universe from this point forward. Which book did you finish? You read the new Votan one? And when I say new, I mean, like, most recent. Because I think it was put out, what, like a year ago? Could be cool. The new faction getting a book so soon after release. Get some insight on them. Jesus. People just bursting in my room. Hey, what's up? Jeebus. hoping to get these done before it gets dark out. I got at least one more box of varnish before the sun goes down. I could get these guys set. I mean, I can always take it outside and varnish it in the dark. Not that big of an issue. One more. And then hopefully onto the quick things. Things I can just kind of belt through. I'm gonna have 50 more of these to do at some point. We shadered the Zangor Enlightened. Don't think I'm going to want to put the effort into them today. I'm like not that pressed to fix up the spear wielders. The shader's fine, but I mean, whatever. My bow wielding Enlightened are already done, so the squad that actually matters right now is good. We can do the spears at a later date. I think they're about the same in value for points as Chaos Spawn. But Chaos Spawn can go through walls and don't have any anti-issues. And they're also more durable. So, like, I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's still better to just stick with Chaos Spawn than swap it up for these guys for scoring. I think the Chaos Spawn even do almost the same damage. I think they have practically the same damage output. Or at least a chance at it. The swinginess of Chaos Spawn is insane. D6 plus 2 attacks each. I feel like the whole time I played in the first game that I tested the mutation herd in, I want to say I rolled all hits constantly for my Chaos Spawn. So like, I would roll decent for the attacks. I'd roll like 4s and 5s usually. And then I'd go to the attack rolls assuming half, because hitting on 4s, 50-50. And I'd roll, by the end of all the matches, like 80% hit. Which is crazy. Strength 5, I think AP 2 damage to her, AP 1 damage to. Okay. my back. Cloudflare dying again today. I remember when I went to my buddy's house. We did our week-long LAN party. And this was back when I recorded like 5 kill team matches back to back. I remember getting there and being like, all right, let's do this. And we both hopped on Wahapedia. And Wahapedia was just down, and it was down all day. And I hadn't taken any of my books over because we figured we'd just use Wahapedia. Yes. So much brighter. That's all I've ever wanted. Finally upgrade these fluorescents from just being scorpion green to actually being blacklight reactive. And like I said, belting through it. Nowhere near as problematic as having to panel line. Or just panel in general, I guess. Panel lining would be more the outer edge. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the leader of the squad uses a bolt pistol. Not like it matters, since I think his spell is no longer pistol. I'll have to double check. Alright, final stage. Oh, the back pain is real. I might have to take a break. I don't think I'm going to be doing a pain stream till probably next week. Oh, because I am stressing my back out just chilling like this. For hours a day. I got to get back into just working out. Moving around. It's good because we can take this a little bit slower. Again, I don't really need to use Phalanx. I'm not really that interested in picking up a lot of rubrics right now. This is more so that I can have stuff kind of ready for like this 2 or 3 week long event we're doing with combat patrols. All right, Bob Ross, wet on wet. bit longer, yeah. We're almost done, though. We're just doing a little wet on wet cloak blending. Because the bulk of the Thousand Sun stuff is done. It's just their purple loinclothy stuff. So we're just doing a little wet on wet. Once we're done these robes, though, we are done. Get something to eat. Get these out to be varnished. And we gotta pack up for the game tomorrow. next week is I'm going to try my best to hunker down and really figure out how to get this list to work. Practice a bit. I know there's at least 2 videos showing people kind of playing this pseudo approach. So knowing like when to go, good positioning could kind of help. Maybe, because it always depends. Matchup, map, general mission can tend to vastly shift how you approach with any faction, really. But I think in both matches I watched, the idea I had to put like 1 Chaos Spawn and 1 Mutilith Vortex Beast in reserve. I think that's actually how they play it. Because the Chaos Spawn actually gets Deep Strike for a command point. And that's a 2 base model unit. And it's not easy to deal with. So if I need points, I just toss that thing places. Just huck it at stuff. I'm not that worried about losing it. And then the Mutilith is kind of the same way, but you can kind of walk the Mutilith in off the table edge and just annihilate something. Which is a little scary. Wet on wet cloaks and loincloths. And with that, stream over. I'm not finishing these Enlightened with Spears today. My back is killing me. I am hungry. I am thirsty. Oh, nights are done though. So that feels pretty awesome. But I got to get to packing what I'm taking tomorrow. Make sure everything's in place. And we got Father's Day Saturday. So yeah, I'm pretty much... We might not stream till next week, is my guess. We do need to get through a lot of stuff, though, because this is only 10 rubrics out of the 60 I own. We also have 20... No. Yes. 20 Terminators to go through. 2 Exalted Sorcerers, 2 Infernal Master. We got stuff. We have so much stuff we need to look at. Next time we stream, we might start with my demons, because, again, you only need to do like the shoulder pads and head armor on the 3 different birds, and then you're done. So that's probably going to take us like all of a minute. But yeah. I do like how they look with the actual panel paint on. I'm happy with how it blends with the contrast underneath with the metal showing through, because it feels like a shader almost, kind of like a shader. So it works. It does what it needs to do. Well, we got some games to play though. Till next time, guys. Later.